Welcome, welcome, welcome to another coding stream. Interesting things. It says here that I'm supposed to be doing the entity component system. That might not be happening. So, hello all, it's midday. Something's happened. We've got a message. Finally. Let's put this up so I can see it. It's in a little window, big window, little window, big window. Looks a bit odd. Is my window off center? Yes, it is. There it is. Good. Right. We have a message from our, well, text editor. ID, Integrated Development Environment. It's up here in the top right hand corner. Yeah, analysis completed. But, and there's a weak warning. Let's go and have a look at it. It's here. There it is. File is too complex to perform context-sensitive data flow analysis. What that means is we are into refactoring. Let's have a look. I predicted 1,000, didn't I? We're at 903. Prediction, well, notwithstanding. So we're going to do some refactoring. Oh, have you seen the fixes that I put in? I capped a couple of the maximums and minimums that the values could take in the vertex shader. I also corrected the, I'll show you, it's actually quite funny. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's Control N, File, Color. And it's a vertex shader. I reversed, as I suspected, two variables. There, on that dot. And that was causing a bit of friction. The other thing I was testing out was whether or not that surface normal could be in the fourth dimension or not. Here. That means it's not in the fourth dimension and it's only in 3 dimensions. If you put it into 4 dimensions, the light scatters everywhere automatically and looks very bland. So change that. I also made it more readable by taking these 2 variables out, so you could see what was happening with them. I added, let's see, what did I add? Oh yeah, light direction as well I added, just to show you that, yeah, it is the reverse of the light direction stuff type of thing, but it comes in at the specular lighting, light direction, so it comes in that reflect, which was correct. That's the one I thought I did wrong, but then I realised, hold on a minute, that's specular, so it can't be, and it was the other one. So those are the changes. I finally found a position for the light that I'm happy with, and this is the effect. There you go. Rather good. And as you can see, the light is static, but as you move, the shadows change. So you move past the light, the shadow on the front goes to the back, and otherwise the fast setting doesn't look too bad. I think it looks quite good on this model. It might look a bit rough on a few more of the models that we're coming up against, but you can see it happening there. It's just it's a straight jump from shadow to light. If that's not what you want, what you want is a gradient here. So that should be low shadow, and it isn't. It's just a flat cutoff. It's more seeable inside the A there with a very, very dark patch. But considering what we are making, that lighting isn't too bad. It seems to have a little bit of gradient, but the gradient takes chunks of gradient. So you do get it, but not a lot. We're just lucky that the model isn't a bad model. Well, it's an @ sign. How can it be a bad model? But I mean, it's ASCII. There we go. Otherwise, yeah, we're doing all right. We're doing okay with this. Oops, wrong way. The lighting is set towards the center. So as you come towards the center, it gets bright. If you go to the edges, it gets darker. Well, it fades. And it's the same fading on both sides, so this side is now faded as well. And it gets lighter as you come towards the middle. And unfortunately, we're not using the full screen, so yeah, we'll come to that. So I've only gone down to, like, I'm only 40 characters down, so I'm about here on the screen. And we'll set the light just a bit above that, because I didn't want too much behind shadowing. I wanted to bring forward shadowing, so the light, you know, hits the front. But it does, I think it does well enough. It does well enough for what I want. I'm happy. And I hope you're happy. It's a happy day. There we go. That's what we've done so far. And of course, the collisions work. So, it is time to do our first addition, refactor. So let's have a look at our overall appearance, exit presentation mode, because we want to look at our project here. And this is our project currently. We can get rid of the vertex shader, we're finished with that. That was yesterday. That was yesterday's news. So today's news is we want to do something in core. We want to start building now our game object, or game objects, the player being one of them, which we started, and we've got the basic ECS in place. So I think that's what we should do next. Start building that up so we can get monsters in. So, new. Hello there. You were quick getting on. 8 minutes. Wow. Has Twitch told you something? Twitch doesn't normally notify me for ages. Welcome. Good afternoon. And we just started, so you haven't missed anything. I was just demonstrating the new lighting. Well, the final lighting that I've chosen, anyway. So today we're going to make a new source file. There we go. We're going to do a bit of ECS. So we will have we'll have a header, and we are going to call this game objects. Plural? Yeah, plural. Why not? Let's splash out and have some pluralism. Is that a disease? Anyway. There we go. We can add these two new files. And the header file. What we're going to put in here Not a lot yet. I've got no idea what we're going to put in there yet. But we need to take things out of this main file because it's getting a bit big, to say the least. What have we got? What have we got? Right, let's start at the top. Get rid of that for a second. I'm going to be jumping between two files, so I'm not going to go into presentation view just yet. When I start working on the files, obviously I will, when I'm happy that we've got them set. Now, these two globals, these are part of the ECS. So the first thing we're going to have to do, map. We're going to have to put it here. We've got maths, shader, we need shader, text file, dice, we need dice. Don't need vector. We could do with load model. Right, I'm going to put it here for now. And it's going to be source, forward, core, and it's going to be game objects. There we go. And I want to get these things in the right order. It has to go before map. So I'm just going to redo those two. There we go. Lovely. I think that's a good order to start with to see whether it'll work or not. We want these two to go in there. I'm just trying to make sure that these two items aren't used in anything above it. Nope. So these are the first two people. Game object. I can put them in here. But to make them work, we have to hash include source, and it's common, isn't it? There we go. I also want to make them, they're in a header, they're in a header file. So we'll make them static to this header file. That might help in any problems we get. We can check. No problems. Okay. Yeah, it's just that's the one I saw. Scanning dependencies. Yeah, that's the only purple one I saw. Nope, that's looking good. I think we did it in the right order then. Okay. We are going to have function names here. So we need to decide on what we are going to call our function names. And I think we start with objects or object. So we would have something like void object underscore create. That's the kind of thing that we're going to be looking for. Oh, hello, phone. You told me that I'm started. Well, you told somebody else first. Huh, didn't bother with me, did they? You see, I'm not important. I'm just streaming this. Oh, bless. So there we go. There is our first function. So object create. I think that's a good enough type of function name. So everything's going to start with object in this file, and object create is probably the best place to start. So we're going to be pulling stuff over from here. There's nothing in the way now for us to join those two up. That's looking better. A lot better. So, main's complaining that it's too complex. File is too complex to perform context-sensitive data flow analysis. So let's uncomplicate it a little bit. So, game entities. Oh, we could have an initialization, couldn't we? Yes, we could. So, void object underscore initialize. There we go. We've just created a new function. Way! And this is how you refactor. You come up with ideas and you just pop them in and see how they work. That's really what refactoring is. It's uncomplicating complicated things. So, for game entities equals blah de blah de blah. So we can cut you out of here and we can pop you into the objects here. Is that good? Yeah, that should be good. Right, these are just components. Yeah, that's correct. I'm just wondering whether to put it in this file or into the objects file. As the static, it doesn't matter. The compiler will copy it over for us. So we're going to have to call object initialize, or main will start having red dots everywhere. So object initialize has replaced that line. Game object player. What's this? Game entities. No, that doesn't go in here. It's part of the ECS. We'll cut that. Look, it's already got rid of the squiggles. And we'll pop you in here. So game entities we'll have here. That's ECS. The player remains here, by the way. And this is setting up an initialization on position component. And also, yeah, this is initializing components. It's plural now. So there's a correction that we need to make. So initializing components, cut. you can go in here. It's an initializer. All the initializers can go into the initialize function. Fantastic. Oh look, we've come to a dotted line. Which means we're finished there. I'm just going to put that up to full screen. I want to see the right hand edge. Okay, that's still there. Analysis, yeah, okay. So we'll keep going until it stops complaining. Context GFX, right. Wait a minute, we've done an initializer. Does that mean we need a cleanup? What's all this? Yes. This is cleaning up. Alright, let's have a look at our cleanup code. We've got the shader program, we've got the VAOs, got the VBOs, we've got the dungeon level, which is not an object at this point anyway. Not even sure it needs to be. This is ECS, and then we get to the window. You've got to come out and be replaced by object cleanup. So we need another function. Void object what are these ones called in main C? Got quit destroy. Whoa, that's a bit much. Should we destroy objects? Or should we just call it cleanup? Cleanup. Does the U have a capital or not? No, it's one word, isn't it? Ah, well, English is not my best subject. I only just about passed it, me O level. Anyway, we'll pop you in. Always goes last. So you can pop there, and I want my extra space after you. Right, lovely. You do a control V. Oh, was that it? Yeah, we need to do cleanups on those. Main C. I've just lost my code, didn't I? Yes, that's okay. And it was just before the window. Here. So that is now object underscore cleanup. Semicolon. Main, please. Rollback, blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Do we get a compare or not? Doesn't look like it. Thank you. Da, 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 da. There we go. Clean up and exit. There it is. And that's why you use compare with clipboard. Okay, so all I was doing was free player component and free player component. Is that all I was doing? That's dodgy. Okay. So it was just play dot. Of course, we've got nothing. So in main, we have a look back at the top here. The player is a game object. So what we'll do is we will clean up player. Have you noticed how few includes we're getting? And that was player, component, and it's square brackets, and it was comp, position was the first one, and the second one was free, player, comp. I'm just copying out what we did. So we're not changing anything. When you are refactoring, do not be tempted to ever change anything. Even if it's awkward. You shouldn't have awkward refactoring anyway. Because the only thing that we were killing there was the player. So at this point in time, the only thing that we're going to do here is player. Okay? So always, when you're refactoring, always accurately keep the code the same. I've got to be able to press Shift 10 and get no errors, which we have. Why do we have an error? Because we never create the player. Probably. So when you have a look at this, where are we? Oh look, player.object. We are in initialize. What have I got on Control V? Game object player. Game object player. Go to your red splodge. And enter the word player. And if you put it in the same place, which we didn't, you see we altered our code. Not very clever of us. And that's how you find out whether you're altering your code or not, by hitting Shift F10 in this case. Build failed. I thought we just did that. Oh. Oops. Sorry, that annoys me when I do that. Good. We've now got a sig fault. Perfect. Okay, we have a segmentation fault in main 383. And what is happening is it is now trying to use components which it really doesn't know about. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and take these statics off. See if that gives us a compile error. So just a compile this time, please. No run. Yeah. And we get this compile error, which is just saying that that's been duplicated a lot. So duplicated definitions start happening, so they have to be static, or this won't work. This is why I don't like using static. Static means that it will only be global for game objects file, the game object.c file. It is not global for the entire program anymore. It's a way of limiting globalization. It's a bit like putting a namespace in C++. This was the original namespacing. Yes, I think that's the best way of putting it. But it's what you're really supposed to do. So if you want to use those components, you have to go and get them. Which makes the next part interesting. So now no longer do we just want initialize, create and clean up. We also need, getters and setters. So object, get, and this is where getters and setters came from. So it will take that, and it will take an enumeration. Of some kind. ECS, here we go. It will take a gain component. Because that enumeration is totally global and accessible. So here is game component. Oh, thank you. Component, and we'll just call it component because we can. And that is what we need to do, and it will return something or other. A void star by the looks of it. Are these different? They are. Oh. I think when we're doing the components we use a void star, don't we? Yeah, void star component. So that's what it returns. Come on, I'm making the signature here. So it's void star that lot. What's wrong with you? Com, yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't know whether it's being sarcastic sometimes or not. I'm so used to people being sarcastic about my spelling that I often think computers are being sarcastic to me. That's a little tad weird, I know. So that was clean up, that was create, which we're not completing yet. And that is our next one, which we're not completing yet. Okay, so that's going to cover this error that we're going to get here. Is there anything else that we should port across? So let's start back at the here again. We now have, I think, the main core ideas. Right, we're happy with that. That looks like your 4. So initialize and clean up are your constructor and destructor in C++. Your create is the main body, and of course your getter is the information you want to get out of your class, the object class. So what I've just done is I've written the object class in C without having to revert to object-orientated programming. Yeah. And that's where object-orientated programming came from originally, and this was the original idea for it. Not what it became in C++, which just completely massacred the original idea. The original idea was it to be functional. So a class should have data and a function which operated upon that data. That's a class, not what C++ does. So you've got to go back to the original ideas. And I like this idea. I like doing this because it reminds me of what programming really is. It's not about your classes. It's not about entities being totally global. It's about programming things properly, protecting your computer from crashing totally and going outside the boundaries, and managing your memory properly. And that's, programming's easy. And C is the easiest language of all because it's only got 15 keywords. Well, if you go back to the original, it was started with 15. I think that's called ANSI C, 15 keywords. So you can't go too far wrong. The rest is just about solving problems. But I don't have problems, I just have solutions, so there you go. That's why I can program. But I'm not a programmer. By a long, long way. I am not a programmer. I'm a systems analyst, and that's what I'm good at. I'll stick to that, thank you. So, we've now got this ECS system, or the base ECS system, now bundled up into this file. But we need to be able to create objects, and we need to be able to get hold of components for our program to be able to execute. And that's what today's about. Luckily, we did a main program. So when we do create object in our main program, we already know how to do that because we've done it. So we have the prototype. That's what it's called, prototyping, I suppose. C was my prototyping, or is my prototyping function. And it's got all the prototype software and code in it. All we have to do is find the damn thing. Well, it's not hard to find because I kept labeling things. We had create the player. Did we actually do anything with the player before that? Am I still running? Yes, I am. Thank you. Just realised that's what that message was. Did we have anything before create the player that used player? Because this doesn't actually use player until the bottom, hopefully. Please tell me we actually used player. No, we didn't. Ah, prototyping is such a luxury. So when we created the player, what have we missed? We did use the player for that. So that's all we've used the player for. So the player is defined here, and we only used it there. And you can tell that because on the right hand side, over on the right hand side of the stream chat, you can see that the highlighting. That's why I double click on it. You double click on it and I can see all the highlighting of where it's used in the code. And because this is the only place where it's ever been used, I know exactly every single position. Okay. So up here, we have player. Down here, we create the player. All right, let's do that then. Sorry, my bad. There you go. Don't want to create the dungeon level, just create the player. Cut. Create player gives the void back. Oh dear, that's never going to do. And player is a game object. That's interesting. I nearly typed star there, but we didn't in the original. So we won't here for now. There we go. So update your files. We can now have a game object. with that position. Now remember, we've only created one object so far. And at the top here, I'm going to keep it the same as the original. Should mainly work, except for a couple of pieces here. Okay. Turn player. What doesn't work? Oh, VAO storage doesn't work. Well, that's actually a bit of thank God there. Because what that tells us is that we have made an assumption that is not correct. The VAO storage and the VBO storage, well, that's part of the model. I think we can go over to bigger text now, because we are actually going to start coding now. Because we've got to code it so that the VAO storage can be used in this file. Now, what is it used for? It's only used for one thing and one thing only. And this is what you got to bear in mind. Yes, we've got a lot of reds coming up now, don't worry about that. We will have. It's only used here to free up the memory. Why is it needed here? Starts there. I don't think it is needed here. It's got nothing to do with this. VBO storage. Oh, cleanup player. Let's drop it into cleanup for the player. But I'm about to cause a problem. This is going to turn into a memory leak right now. Okay. Just use the original code. And there's no VAO storage at all. So we'll have to go and grab that. And then I think we've got everything that we're going to need for the first part of this. VAO storage was made here. Good. And I'm just going to pop it here for now. Which means that main.c no longer requires that include. No longer has vectors. Cut. If it does, then I've missed something, so we're going to check. So game object.c. I just want I'll take VBO storage because I know I'm wrong, and I'll show you why I'm wrong, because we've got a memory leak. Easiest way to check is to do that. Double click on it. Oh, wait a minute, make it a semicolon or whatever. Doesn't really matter what it is. It's a variable name. There it is. We've got one here. We have one here. Somewhere. No. No, it's gone. Alright. So, taken the player one away, but we've left that. And that is the initialization. So we can take the initialization, obviously. That you know where that's going to go now, don't you? There you go. But going back to this, there is also another problem. Unless we didn't do it. It's here. That's an error. To object this is awkward. Oh, I didn't know it did that. Whoops. Object something. To stop GFX card memory leak. And we have a second one here. To do see above. Another one. I love this game. Refactoring is the most fun part you can. I've done one too many of these, I'm sure I have. Vector append. Vector append. Vector append. Why have we got so many buffers? Did we add normals? Probably. Yeah, this is quite a lot of memory leaking. There we go. That's your memory leaks sorted. Well, not sorted, but noted. Create the floor model. Okay. And that's the big problem that we've got. We are actually creating a floor model manually. So I think we can stop doing that. didn't blend. Is it not possible to make a floor model in Blender and just do it normally? That's probably the better solution. Right, we're getting somewhere. How far are we down on this line now? Okay, load 3D model. No longer needed in here. So we can get rid of that. There's no 3D models in here. Shaders, matrix utils. Okay, no, that's gone. Totally. It's no longer part of main. Okay, what else have we got? Oh, an overcut. That's not supposed to be there. An overcutting. I went to cut happy. Whee! So it was meant to be here, wasn't it? My bad. What's gone on here with the tabbing? I'll fix the tabbing whilst I'm here. So that is it. We have now refactored. We've created a memory leak. Our main doesn't work anymore. We can cry about that if you want. And we don't have a function done yet, because the function is in here somewhere. It's one of those red dots. Huh. Oh, I see. Everything here has been moved back. I've pushed that stupid reformat thingy, haven't I? That's what's happened. You can tell when I've done something stupid like that, because I go through the file doing something stupid like this. So, oh good, it allows us to have a look at these whilst we're going past. So player model is a problem, as it doesn't have all of this stuff. So player model has stopped working. That's the first thing you can see here, which is actually very good, because it shouldn't have worked in the first place. I was hesitating when I was doing it. I was thinking, this is such a bad idea. It's really going to come back to bite us. Well, it's biting us now. All of this code's wrong. And you can tell it's wrong because we're using things like player model and player position, things we haven't got. And no longer are available in this file. And this is where ECS will come to save us, because everything will now be done by the player when we are wanting to do the player stuff. And everything to do with the floor will change so that we can do the same with floor. Once they're all the same, things become very easy. Very, very easy. And this map render becomes a doddle. In fact, we could probably make a renderer at that point. Yeah, everything's just been shifted one to the left for some unknown and inexplicable reason. No idea. Well, we'll fix it. I want to have a look at the next one. Where's the next one? Oh, we've got a bit to go, have we? Yeah, that's right. Tab. That was a bad tab. Is that correct? Yes, it is. I don't know why or what's going on here. I'm going to stop doing that now because I think I've got it wrong somehow. Right, let's go up to the very, very top. What's the problem? Oh, I left that guide. Let's take the guide back out. Right, first problem. This will hopefully solve the create thingy. Oh, we haven't got create player in here, have we? There we go. That might help us. Make sure it does what I think it does. And that we've actually written it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, because we're going to use this as a guide. And then we're going to change the name from player to object. For obvious reasons. Make it more generic, shall we? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Can't do it yet. Right, so that's that bit. We then come down here, we create the dungeon, and we pass the player position in. How do we get the player position? Can we type in player dot component arrow nothing dot dot yeah, we could do that, but what's that number there? What are we going to place in? What is the number that goes in the brackets? How do we set up the component is the answer. I know what the 0 is, don't worry. Object initialize, object create. So right at the bottom here. Player.component component position equals player position. That's handy. Let's try putting that in the brackets then. That works. You want the player position, you just type in player and ask for the component position. That's interesting. So hold on a minute. If you can do that, in C++, we'd need this, getter, player and component. Sorry, this isn't C++. Yeah. Why bother? Oh, you can do that, can you? Yeah, we can. I'm just looking for this next red bit. Here we go. Camera position equals player position 0. Well, we already know what player position is. It's player dot component, and then big letters, component position. And it doesn't want an arrow anymore. Doesn't want a dot anymore. Now we've got a problem. That doesn't work. Minus 3.0. Exactly what is that there? Well, that is a pointer. It's a void star 64 component. So we're doing a void star there, aren't we? We want that information. So is that a star? Yeah. How's about float? I don't think that's quite right. And that isn't either. We can't cast it. So we've got problems here because of that 0 there. Damn, it accepted it. You absolute basket case. What I've just done is taken player.component component position, which is a void star 64. Okay. To take the star away, you put a star here at the beginning. To take the void away, you would cast it into a float, and thank God for that, it came up. I was going to have a nightmare then. I thought it was going to tell me that was right, and I'm not. Expected identifier. Well, it's position. Identifier, wait a minute, component position. Got it, found it, it's in here. That's the one we're using there, void star component 64. But this is what we use, this is what we're after here, that's in position. Well, position is the component we've looked up, but vec3 position is holding the float. So back here, we're going to need to get hold of that somehow. It's that. That is the answer. That's what we want to try and get, and it's not going to let us have it. It's not going to let us take it out. That's the wrong way of doing it. That's the correct way of doing it, and it won't let us do it. So we have to bring the component out. It's not letting us inside. So to bring the component out of player, would be what type of component? It's a position component, isn't it? Position, player pos equals that. Without the minus sign on. Position star. Okay. Do we have to assign that memory, or will it be able to assign memory for us? That's correct in C++, but is that correct in C? It is not correct in C. In that case, we could do a getter. Yes, Muppet, because I've just created a goddamn pointer. Which is the last thing we want. Okay. It's just me seeing if I can get past the pointer or not. Split it into 2 lines and see if I can do it. That would be... Yeah, no. Yeah, there it is. No. Damn it. Does the star go at the beginning of some of this? What? Where does the star go? It's already a position. No, that's just a pointer. So that should be a star and that should be an and. Can't do it that way. You just can't do it this way round. It's an impossibility. Let's see what they are. Expression is not assignable. It's because it's a pointer. And what does that do? Gives us that. This is what I'm trying to avoid. That piece of code is a killer. But it's correct. Alright, we now have to start thinking about how to get rid of it. Why? What? That's a float, is it? Oh, position and float. Why can't I cast it to a float? Ah. Is this where we put the star? No. It's the address. Where do you put the bloody star? Star, player, position. We've got that thing going on, haven't we? That's what we've got in reality. That is already a name. That is a pointer. To what? Oh. Found you. You're there. Thank you. Found it. Now we can delve in. So, the answer is to rename that to that. So I'm doing the naive way. Okay? That's the naive way. That's the way I would expect people to do it. Now player position will work anywhere. Once it calculates itself. Thank you. Right. Look at all the red marks that just disappeared. You see, we've got the same thing here though, with player model. We've got exactly the same thing here. So whilst we're up here, we'll keep it in the same place. We'll put the player model in as well. Now the player model is here. So we're repeating code. Outside of the game object. I'm going to keep you like that. As this is temporary code, I will put you back. Where you going, Muppet? Where you going? Go on, it's okay. Go on, love, it's alright. We'll let you move. What have you stood on? Oh, God help us all. I think he might have just deleted something. Oh. Why has that suddenly gone out? What did you do, Muppet? I can't see it. Alright, okay. Why is it never used? Alright. Cut. I'll do it this way. Keep them together. Get them all highlighting properly, thank you. Alright. Cameras here, that's good. Players here, that's good. Red marker's gone, that's good. So does our code work? Well, no, because we haven't refactored one part of it. And that is the to-dos. Main, please. Right, we have to work this out. Otherwise, we have not refactored. So where should that vector append go? Well, the only answer currently is to do this. And it's object. And it's underscore add underscore, I'll put it in capitals, VAO, and that will be a vector. No, it won't, it'll just be a value. It's a glint, but do we need it as a glint? Oh dear. Data. We also have to do a separate one for void object. You can see how I am hesitating. And I'm also not going to separate these two either. OBJ, okay. Okay, so we're going to create two functions here to solve a problem which shouldn't exist. And you'll see why this shouldn't exist, because these two functions are exactly the same, except for one detail. And that is one word. Actually, no, they're going to be both the same, but will just be different vectors. So the first one is this. Yeah, that's your first one. So let's do that one first. God, I love refactoring. And that's actually true. Okay, just do that. Bring you back a little touch. We can get rid of the to-do now, can't we? Because we've now transferred it. And I think I put it in the wrong one. Yes, I have. Which doesn't really matter. Take a copy. Put it in the right one. The only difference between the two is that letter there. That should ring massive alarm bells in a computer programmer. Huge alarm bells. Come on, you chatters, chat. Talk to me. Why you just wouldn't do that? I can't think in any way that you would do that, because what you would do is do an enumeration and make this storage into 2 parts by having square 2 on the end. You would get rid of the duplication in some way or other, but we're not going to, because we want to get rid of these. And I'm going to transfer. Why did the spacebar just do that? My to do here. These 2 functions should not exist. There we go. Right, so now I'm happy. Right, I'm happy there, and it's object add VAO that I want here. So object add VAO, and the VAO we want is VAO ID. Dun, 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 dun. Object add IBO ID. And that's a VBO. And that is IBO ID. There we go. Is that one done? If I make it look easy, I'm not. I'm just doing it the naive way, which you should not do. Oh, that's how you do that. That was interesting. Okay. Never knew that. There we go. Object VBO. And this is VBO ID. Semicolon. And I'm not separating these out because this is temporary code. I don't know how temporary. Actually, very temporary. Alright, so you can do that. I never knew you could do that. There you go. I'm happy that I can do that now. And this is color buffer. Semicolon. Any more? Any more points for this one? Yeah, this one. And that's object VBO, and that's NBO ID. Semicolon. Have we got any red marks left anywhere? No. Got any buffer leaks anywhere? No. Yes, we might have. We might have. No, that freeze. That freeze, as far as we know. Should we be doing that? No, I'm going to leave it. That's the code we had. It's wrong, but that's the code we had. Alright. Funny but true. Right, what have we done to the size of our code? Have we got any gaps to get rid of? Oh. Get rid of that one. Main? Still too complex. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna see what that's saying. That's fine. It thinks we're still too complex. can get rid of that one line there. Just trying to save line spaces now. Because remember, I write downwards, not across. Spot the code that's going to get killed. Wow. Get rid of that one. I need an accurate measure now. We were at 900. Or thereabouts. That one gone. Okay, looking good. There's cock-ups all over here on where things are spaced. I'll come back to that. Render. Not change, not change. Forget that, doesn't matter. Here we go. I have to go and straighten out this code. Right. Will it work? Let's try building it first of all. I'll keep in... no. Okay, so we've got nothing here and we're still yellow, which means we still have to keep refactoring. We're down to 700 already. We started off at 900. So, I just want to build first. I don't want to run it. Build project. Damn. Run it. Good. God for that. Let's debug. Okay. Where's this? This is in object, create game object. This is where we are trying to add a component. Well, the ID of a component. Where's the rest of the line? Oh, right, here it is. Player object ID equals -16. That's why. Doesn't help, does it? Player.object ID. Where is object ID? -167. This is way out. Object IDs are all over the place. Where do we set the object ID originally? -1678. And the answer is we don't. There you go. We don't even search because I think it's behind. Oh, Seppi! C99? No, I don't use C99. I've grown up since then. I've got C11. I'm not that old. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I know C99. No, I don't use C99. I use C11. We haven't got the object. I'm just going to pop... Sorry, Seppi. I don't want to be rude. I just want to pop you off screen a minute. I want to read this. Initialize components. Initialize player. Find an unused entity slot. Initialize player. Register player as an entity. So... why are we initializing those components here? We don't. These two need to move. Okay, I thought so. I just put initialize entities, set all entities to unused. Correct. Right, I'll pop you back up, Seppi. Sorry about that. Windows 10? You're already using Windows 2000? Oh, yeah, it's 990. Yeah, it's got that many more bugs as well, but it's to the power of. That's how many bugs it's got. How many bugs were in Windows 95 on its release date? And can you name them all? There you go. That'll test you. Yeah, right. Okay, that should help, I think. And where is our running game at the moment? Build failed. Yay! Game entities. Ain't there? Dum de dum dum dum. Dum de dum dum dum. Just globalizing a variable. There we go. We win. But there's now a bigger problem. What's missing? What's missing out in that scene? What didn't we do? What are you using now? That's funny actually, Seppi, thank you. You just cheered me up. We've missed something. Can anybody see what it is? Maybe something to do with this? We don't have it anymore, do we? We have it somewhere. But where is it? We put it in storage. But we were supposed to keep them somewhere. What is the difference between a dead squirrel and a dead Yankee on the road? You'd bury the dead squirrel. Go on. You will see brake marks in front of the squirrel. I nearly got it right. I'm getting used to these. I'm getting good at them. I like that. Right, the problem is we haven't got our VAO in main. For our player. We have for the floors because the floor is created in main. But for the player, we don't. So I think we better go and get that. Where have we kept it? Where did we put it? It's in the model. Yeah, that's where we put it. And this is the beauty of an ECS system. All of the information about an object, in this case the player, is transported with it. So you gain access just from the word player to every single component that the player has, and the player has a model component. So we have access to the model, and we don't need to be in this file at all. Yeah, just navigate files. I'll have main, please. Bob. M-A-I-N. Oh, there went the mouse. Thank you. Can't move now. Can't move my mouse. We're stuck. Oh dear. Did you know that cats like mice? You can stop meowing at me now. Oh god, how am I going to get that back? Oh, I don't know. Well, for the meantime, we've got this. There we go. We have the floor and the floor position. So we render the dungeon map. We then try and do this player model VAO ID, and it fails. Or does it? Well, it must do, because it's not giving us our player. But is our player alive? Or is the information dead? That's the question. There's one way to find out. Oh, no mouse, can't find out. Never mind. Right, let's retrieve it. Where did it go? Where did it go? It went off the back somewhere. No. Oh, I might be able to reach that if we're lucky and things don't kill themselves all over the floor. We got it. We're back in business. I'm glad I used a pen for Windows 10. That doesn't fly off and the cats don't. Ah, we got it back. So we need to have a look at wherever I was on here. There. Need to have a look at that. There. So run to debug. Thank you. And what's this here? Oh, right. No, that's never going to work, is it? Oh, export to YouTube just succeeded. Way! Microsoft Store. Kickstart your imagination. Do they really know what they're asking me to do there? If I kickstarted my imagination off on the Microsoft Store, they would be in so much trouble very quickly. The first program I would write is Bug Reporter for Microsoft Windows. And it would automatically go through your machine, and all of the Microsoft Windows bugs, it would detect and send a request to Microsoft. And everybody can then download it off the store and run it and let Microsoft get a gazillion emails. Do you think that would be fair? Considering they sold us this shit product in the first place. Anyway, I think you now know my point of view on Microsoft, don't you? Oh well. Close that. Bing. Can't close that. So, we've decided that that ain't gonna hack it. What have we got in here anyway? That's a pointer. That should work. I think I've done something stupid up at the top here. Was it below this? I think I've done something really stupid. Yeah, I have. I've done create player. That's great. Where did we put all those silly variables? We put them... Where do we put them? I thought I put silly variables in to stop the doofy going stupid. The camera going stupid. So it's with the camera. Here. There we go. Those two go. Cut. Here. And paste. Oi! Then we have that. But what didn't we do? There's something missing there, isn't there? There's only one component. Yeah, you can spot it now. Now that I've moved it. Player model. Might need to equal something. Something like player dot component. How's about a component model? Well, who would have thought that you'd need that? So back down here where it was really cocking up, player model VAO now works. And there we have it. We have our little @ symbol. Yay! Why do I use C? Why not? Is my answer. Sorry to answer it with a question, and I know I shouldn't. I can write in any language I want. Why do I choose C? It's a roguelike. It doesn't need much. And look at the results I'm getting. It's not bad, is it? And it looks like a roguelike. You've got the player, you've got the @ symbol. What more do you want? You can't walk through walls. You've got a dungeon. Is there anything which I can't get down? It's still a bit yucky on the keyboard, but that's your problem, not mine. I'm not going to be using it. What's wrong with that? Does it not look good? Is there something wrong with C? I don't know. Well, I can do it in any language you want. It's exactly the same program in any language you choose. Some parts of this are in very, very naive code, so it'll convert to every single language you can use. If you just put C++ and then run this program in C++, it'll still work. If you put this into Java, it'll still work. But you would have to use a lightweight Java game library for Java, and you might have to change a couple of things about the OpenGL calls will work. That'd be fine. Rust, it'll work. Python, it won't. I don't know about Swift. Swift is actually a language I haven't done the Hello World in yet. And I don't even think I'm ever going to bother. I've done enough Hello Worlds in my lifetime. Yeah, C's a standard type of library, I suppose. It's easy enough to use. It's the easiest language to use in any kind of format. So yeah, I'm happy. Right, so have we now... Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Don't think we've done it, you know. We've completed the refactor, by the way. Our ECS system now works. Oh dear. File is too complex to perform context-sensitive data flow analysis. Do you think we should reload and find out? I was looking for a disassembler, and you can only use DBG. I had a quick look through it, and the answer was no, thank you. I'm not going to use that to teach. What's this over here? Alright. It's just hanging around for no reason whatsoever. I must admit, if Windows 10 actually worked properly, I wouldn't mind doing this, showing you how to transfer it over onto Windows 10. In fact, I might do that as a breakfast video. This is how to put this program and run it on Windows 10 or something. That might be a good idea. But if you want me to show you how to port it to any other language, just say, and I'll show you how to do it. Except Python. Which is actually quite funny because that's the language I was going to do it in initially. And then I realised if I do it in Python, you can't convert it to anything. It just becomes a bundle of crap. So no. So I don't do any major programming in Python. Because it's so hard to convert it to other stuff. It does convert okay to C. But it becomes very difficult because you don't know what the bleeding variables are half the time. Which I think is a stupid idea, but obviously they thought it was a good idea to take that out of the programmer's realm of consciousness. You don't need to know what your variable types are, they just need to work. No, Python, no. They matter. The size of your variables matters a lot in SIMD. So how do you do Python with SIMD? There's a thought. Okay. Go to file, Control Shift N. Thank you. Oh, it actually says it. Thank you. Control Shift N. Main. It's working on it. We got a green tick. Boom shakala. Nothing will stop me now. Unless it comes back. Right, do people want me to extend on the ECS system, or would you like to see more refactoring and how to do that? Because there's plenty more to refactor here. There's about another 700 lines of code. And I want a cup of coffee, because I've just done something brilliant. And I want to keep an eye on that. So, the next thing we have to do is, in capitals, is that with 3 explanations, those things, shouty things. Be right back. Alrighty. Let's get this code on GitHub. Nobody said that they want anything doing. Oh, does that mean I've finished the program? Oh. Let's get this on GitHub, shall we? Commit. Something missing there. Hmm. Where are they? Sand mass core. Where the hell did those files go? Where did I put those files? Oh god. What are these here? Why am I in sandbox for C? Oh crap. Damn. I'm in the wrong file. Oh, and I celebrated. And it's not going to work. Oh, no, we're refactoring. Alright, let's get this to you as well. Commit. And the commit message is ECS refactor refactor to game objects. That's a shame. Alright, that'll do. That's all done there. Commit that. I'm glad I didn't continue on the wrong file. That would have been funny. You lot would have killed yourself laughing. We've got to make another file then, haven't we? Yeah, I guess so. Or start splitting main into separate files. It's not really that big. Let's see what we can do then. ECS. Git. There we go. Push. Oh, blooming heck. First one of the day. That's unusual for me. I only do a commit if something goes right. And that's now up on GitHub. What do you think will make the following statement? Standard result of decal type and unique vector type find. Unique vector type const type. That should give you the result of this of int float or whatever. T for type. That type is a variable. And unique vector is a what? A pointer that's just the address of a pointer. Find what? And that would declare the type. So you would have a type. You would store that type. Or find that type. Const type and type, yeah. What do you think will make the following statement? That's a C++ statement. it's usually a definition, I would have thought, by the looks of that, but ECS is the answer. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that you would do in ECS systems. I do have that code in C++. Are you interested? I'm just trying to think where it'll be. It might even be on here. Have I got any C++ on here at the moment? Yeah. No. One second. Yeah, just pop this off. Let's see if I've got anything on here. Yeah, I think we can get that out of the way, can't we? I might be just hiding underneath. I have some secret files underneath here. And it's not on this mouse, it's on the other mouse. So I'll switch that down. Java. It's not in that one. I've got an archive as well up the top somewhere. It's disappeared. Oh no. I still have a C++ archive. Damn it, I haven't got it here anymore. I think I threw it away. I probably did. Unless I placed it in Amber 3D. No, it would say ECS if I had it there. I have ECS support code. Could be in Java. Could be in Java. Be under engine if it's here. Yes, this has got components. No, well, it has an ECS system, but not the one that you want. I know the code that you want, and I don't have it. That's a shame. Maybe I should find that again. I'll see if I can find it. Overnight. If I can, I'll pop it in tomorrow morning's breakfast show. So let me just pop this up. I've got a stupid thing coming up here as well. Oh, so just been asked a question. It's return functions, isn't it? It's the type of the return from a function. And that's not going to do anything. I think I've done it once. I actually thought it was great to start off with and then realised how bad it was when I did it. Let's do that in a minute. Lovely. Thank you for that. That gives me something to do. I like things to do. You know that I do. So you're trying to declare the type of a return value from a function. Is the function not just sending a void star back? That's the easy way of doing it, and then just typecasting it from there. That's what you do in C. Interestingly enough. Get rid of that mouse now. Don't need it. Something to think about. There we go. Right. Do we clean up code or do we refactor? What time are we on? We're on 2:10, so I think we clean up that code that we've just made. Because it is a bit messy. It is a bit messy. So first of all, I just threw out 3 global variables. So I'm going to make these all static. That's the first thing. This could cause errors. So we have to check for errors on the static values of these. See if we're using them anywhere else. If we're not, we just got home free. We're home free. Thank God for that. We're home free. Have you noticed that the compilation times have not gone up? Do you want to see something funny? Let's rebuild the whole project. There you go. That was not 10 seconds. Does the project still work? Yep. It works perfectly, as intended. Nice, dark and gloomy. I wanted more gloomy effects. I didn't want to have bright dungeons. But you can see where you are because you should still have a glint off your @ sign. I did put the shininess on it up. That coffee's nice. Right, let's change this up. Let's change this up. Right, what are we doing here? Initialize. That's correct. That's the first thing we should do, is initialize those two and the game entities. Which we do to unused. Why are we giving the player an object ID here? That's wrong. We should be giving the player the object ID in here. Should we not? What else are we doing up here that's wrong? We are initializing the components to unused. That's fine. There we go. So we had made a mistake. Although it runs perfectly, it's because player is the 0th game object. And it is a dedicated 0th and reserved for the player so that we know where the damn player's stored. Otherwise, we never will, as you're going to find out later on. Game object player is now initialized properly with a player object ID. But it shouldn't really be player, should it? Should it? It should be object, shouldn't it? So we have refactor. We have rename. Let's call it that one. usages have we got? Rename all usages. So that's changed everything over to objects. Object.object ID now. Player didn't really get changed much in these parts, did it? And player didn't get changed here. That should be object position. I like my idea. So I'll have mine. OBG. That's that done. What else have we got now? Everything else is generic. There's no player left in that lot. There we go. Oh, it's done it for us. Ah, hasn't done this one though. Refactor this one to object color. Everything's going to be green now. Lovely. Fantastic. Object model. This is just cleaning up stuff, to be honest with you. Okay, any more players down here? No, everything seems to be coming around to agreeing with us. Return object, that's correct. That's okay. Why do we need to pass that in? Come on, somebody tell me why we're passing it in. Because it makes it easy for us to do what we were doing before here. Because that's wrong. The VBO storage is fine, but this is just no. No. Sorry, but no. And no. That gives the game away there. We're deleting this out of here. So it's obviously something to do with the game objects. Hold on a minute. Game objects. Game entities. Game entities, yeah. An object is an entity. Well, that's fine then. The only global we've got here is this. So if that's the only global, what is it? Component, an entity. It's just a list of entities. There's your game objects, which is what we're passing in, and that is stored, funnily enough, in here. Are you getting the idea yet? All we have to do is go through all of the entities and delete them. But we have to delete all the pointers. So we have components to delete as well, which is what we were doing. Damn, that coffee's good. So we have components, we have entities, and we have game components. Components, entities, game entities, components. I think we'll use game entities then, because we've got both of these, and that dictates that. Main, no. Game objects, yeah. Right, so have we actually stored it in the game object or not? Should happen at the bottom. The model components are stored. The components are stored in the object. The object is never stored into the game. So this has only made a game model. The game entities has never been affected. It says it's in use though. It's used to track the next index. And it's set there, so it is done. Thank you. It's me being efficient and doing it first. So it is. This is what we want. This thing here. That's the variable name. So let's go back to the bottom and start writing this up properly, as it should be. So we need a for loop. It's a U32 and it's index equals 0 because we want to kill the player as well. Yay! Gets to delete the player. Whilst index is less than the size of whatever I picked up on the V key, and then it's just index plus plus. So that will go through every single game entity that we have. For each game entity, we have to look at the game object. So what we need is the game object ID. And we can use, what is the game object ID? Have we got one floating around here? Thank you. Unsigned int. A uint32. Uint32. No, that's just a U32. I've redefined it, haven't I? And this is going to be the game object. No, we'll just call it object. Let's keep it simple. Equals. Ooh. Equals game entities. Index. No. Dot. Entity ID. Semicolon. And for some reason we've got a squigglies. Incompatible pointer to integer conversion U32AK unsigned int with an expression of type I32. Oh. Fair enough. I321024. Ah. That's better. That's an I32. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so we get the ID. We can then... we need the components pointer. The components is a pointer to a memory block. Got it. This is really clever. I don't even know if I switched it on. Yes, I haven't. It's that one there. This one that has never been used. We now get to use it. 4. J, uint. It's just an enum. What type is it? Is it just an int? It's an enum. It's a uint, really. U32 j equals 0, whilst j is less than comp count. That's why it's there. J++. We can go through every single component and call free on it. And that will be object. Where's the game object? No, it's object ID. No, it's not. It's game object. We haven't stored the game objects. The only thing we can do is go through that ID, but it's the index. That's your game object there. Yeah. Can't do that either. I think we need to store the game objects. But that's counterintuitive to having game entities, because it becomes the same thing. Here, though, we do actually, don't we make them? Game entities and game objects are the damn same thing. but they're not. What we're looking at here are called storage wrappers. We are wrapping up information so we can store it easily and then retrieve it easily as the game progresses. We've got to remember that this game is not just about one dungeon level, it's about multiple dungeon levels. So, in practical terms, I only really want to keep the game entities. And in practical terms, that's all we've made. Where does the object comes into being there? Where is it used? Oh god, it's used all over the place. Oh no, the word is. You see, it's not being used. Until here. Where we set it all up. And then we send it back, but we don't store it. So it won't work. It'll only work if we store it. Oh, damn it. Which means we need the detection, and we're only detecting for entities, not objects. That's your detection. All we're doing is we're going through the entities, finding the first one that says unused, and then saying, okay, that's our object, and setting the entity index and the object index at the same time, just to save time really. You can do them both together. We're then throwing, I mean this is pure storage here in this static game entities, but there is no for next loop there. This is a complete waste of time having that there. Doesn't do anything. That's wrong. That's correct. That's what it should say. And that makes these pointers. Yep. They all just become, I've just changed everything into pointers. Which is fine because we've initialized it. Now it lets me have a look through. Entity ID index, yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah, we've initialized. That's fine. Do we initialize every single time? We do. We do. No. Why are we doing it twice? I've got a piece of code here that's been duplicated. So you can go. That saved a bit of a problem. That's better. Okay, copy and paste error. Got rid of. Anything else? Yes, right down at the bottom. What's your problem down here? Oh, we haven't finished you. Right, okay. Right. We need to free the components. And we haven't got them. Is that an error? Will that compile? If it does, we're in business. Nope. Ah. That's wrong. I hadn't finished off the refactoring there. It's complaining about values never being used. Well, that's great. Compile. It works. We run it. It works. Interesting. Got you. You're there. It didn't work. So we do have a problem. We do have the components here. What I'm trying not to do is just to put in a for next loop of all of the positions and then say free them all if they're not null. If position does not equal null, free it. That's what I'm trying not to do. Does anybody have a solution for this that isn't my solution? I mean, I can write my solution and you can look at it, but you know, it's I would say it's a little bit dodgy. You can't do that. That's just not allowed. You can't free nothing. But you have to free something. So we have no game object. That's the other thing. Yes, we need a game object. Okay, let's get our game object sorted out. That's the first part of the solution. Game objects. And we're going to call them game objects. And it's going to be max entities. Whatever that is, 1024 I usually pick. Object initialize game. Ah, yeah, it's no longer player. Object initialize game. What? No. No. You don't belong there. Yes, you do. Oops. Why is it changed? Because we no longer do it in there. We do it in here. So I'm right. That is no longer useful in this function. Sorry. We have to modify it. That's the whole point of this. It's getting simpler by the second. Control Shift N. I'm getting used to this. Main, please. Page up. Bing. What does it want then? Player was not specified. I thought I just took you out. Took you out of cleanup. I thought it was on initialize. Yeah. Control Shift N. Object. H. What have you got on here? You still have it. I'm trying to make things simple. Yeah, that's now right. We have a problem though. That we don't initialize the player straight away. It has to be the first object we initialize. We do OpenGL. We haven't done blending yet either. We then make the tile. Damn, we should be doing it up there. Player equals object create. Otherwise, when we refactor the tile, we're going to break the player. And that's guaranteed because I'll forget. So you just put it there. So it happens first. It doesn't matter where you define it. It just has to be the first object created in the game. So it comes after object initialize. Always. Those are now independent of each other. And to make sure that I know that they're independent, I swap the places. That's it. That's all I need to do for that. That's all factored. That's correct. Right, back to objects. Now we've sorted that out. So I'm happy with that. We've now got game objects. We need to record them. No, not end. Page up. Okay, we're giving every object the same position, rotation, scale. Correct. Every object the same color. Incorrect. End. Tab, tab, tab. To do. Move to function definition. Function spelled not quite like that. Right, that's where that's headed. Game model, object model. So we make our game model. Where do we get, or what is in game model? There's one way to find out. Just type in object model. It's an arrow. We have the object ID, the model matrix. We have the number of indices and the VAO ID. That's not a lot of things. We are safe. The thing that we have to register is all of that, and we do that using the object model, but we don't save it out at the end. And that's because we used the wrong initialization. We make the malloc here. But we haven't initialized game model properly. Oh dear. It's part of the object, which is not used. So the problem is at the initialization stage here. That's wrong. Position, object position, yeah. We should add to that one. God, let's keep going too far. I'm not used to having a short file now. It's you lot. You spoiled me. Let me do a main program that's 2 miles long. That should be at the top. There is initialization of a variable. I want to get all the variables in one place, please. Any more? That one doesn't matter. That's going to get killed. And those are the two globals. Right. We're getting somewhere now. The answer is we need to know the unused index here. So this index thingy has to happen first. And we're using the wrong variable name. I'm not going to change it that way around. Alright, that needs an index. It also needs an unused initializer. Max entities? Oh look! That's handy, isn't it? We could do something like maybe object n object ID equals unused. That's interesting. Now we've got two of them being unused at the beginning, all the components being unused all at the beginning. But now our game object is complaining and saying, hey guys, which one am I? So none of this information can exist here at this point. That information can only happen here at this point when you know what the ID is. And the ID is it's the entity. That goes in there. And why are you complaining now? Because you're being defined twice. Right, we now have an object that is being stored. It's going to have position in a game model. We know that because that's the only parts of the list we've got. That list needs to be extended slightly. And they all get set up here. That's good. And they're all coming in from G. Right, global. Fantastic. That bit's working now. Object position, da 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 da, blah blah blah. So basically, object should now be showing us red. Because that's wrong. It's here. It's there. That's correct. Why is it not right? That's not the definition. Oh no, that's right. It's in here, isn't it? Yeah. Game object is not a pointer. You're right, it isn't. Damn you, computer, for being right. We've got an object. Fantastic. That solves a lot of problems. Okay. We now have components. Great. Right, so that's sorted the object out. Fine. Alright, yeah, I've already noted. I've annotated that one already. Okay. That's fine. I've annotated that one already. Yeah, we've taken note of that. Thank you. That's what we're trying to do. Right, you get your position on your object. That goes straight into your object. It's already been registered. Your object's just slightly getting a bit wonky here because these are pointers. Components are pointers. It may be a void star, but they're still pointers. And that's the bit we don't need. We've already decided what you are. That's a redefinition. Excellent. Components. What's wrong with the ID being like that? How? What? Why do you want pointers there? Because this is a pointer. Hold on a minute. Ah, it isn't a pointer. It's a pointer to a pointer. Oh, bollocks. Sorry. My bad. I always get mixed up with arrays. Always. For some reason, arrays prefer arrows. Because they are pointers to pointers at times, and this one is. It's a star star. Return object. What's wrong with that? Oh, you can't. You can't return a game object. You can only return a reference to an object. Will it let me do that? Yeah. It will. for some reason. But it's telling me not to. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. What we are supposed to be returning is an int. That's going to mess up main big time. Keep it like that for a second. Let me think about that a bit more in time. Right, we're okay here, are we? No, you're not happy here. Okay, that's fine. We'll just take you off and we'll leave you with the little red blob down here. Oh. There we go. It's not right, but it's a double star. And we're not looking for that. We're just looking for the game object itself, the actual object. So we'll return a copy of it. That's a bad idea. We should just be returning the ID. You can see what's happening when I put it into English. What we're doing is returning a full copy of it. Well, we don't need to. We only need to return the ID. The actual object is held in this file. We've got access to that object through this file and it should stay here. But do we need to? Because we can access it easier if we make a copy of the object and send it out. And the object itself is so damn small it doesn't really matter. Which is why I didn't make it into a pointer in the first place. But hey ho, we've got a game object now. So we can do this free. Right, that will give us the object ID. So we have to pull the components out. And what we want is for each component inside of this one. If the component's null, we can't do it. Right, pull the component out first. That's easy enough. Equals object, and it's going to be object ID. dot component component count at j. Okay, we've got it. Sorry, I sound like an artificial intelligence. I'm sorry about that. When I'm concentrating, I do. You're right. That's my bad. Sorry. It's because you lot aren't talking to me and I'm focusing in like an idiot. Why game object and not game object? It's C. You don't do that in C. Seppi. Bad boy. In C, it is a standard, or used to be when I was programming in C in the early days when C was born, to use the underscore instead of capitals. Capitals would only be used for structure names and for function names, and you would never combine words. You would always place it in an English way using an underscore as a space. That's the true answer. The reason is readability. There are so many variables in C. C is variable centric. You write your own language. So it's a good idea to keep the separators in, because in the end you start finding that your language goes into English as you start abstracting things up the line, as we are doing here, like vector-free memory. It's obvious what it's doing, you know, and it's very visible. So it's a bit weird that way, yeah. And you don't have J's. The only reason I've used a J is because I've used an I, and the next variable after that is K. That is also a convention, IJKs, for loops. But that's more C++. I suppose I could put Juliet in there instead. I don't know. I mean, it's personal preference. I think that would, if another programmer looks at that, they'll see the funny side of it. Because that's a joke. It's one of the jokes I used to put in. Yeah, programs' jokes are a bit artificial intelligence-y. There you go. Sorry about that. I don't mean to do it. That means I need a break if I'm doing that. So we've now got to our components, and we can actually dig out our component. And of course, if component is not equal to that, you're joking me, I can't do this. Oh. Yeah. It's the value inside component, isn't it? No. God damn it, I forgot how to do it. Damn you. Alright. There you go. I don't think that's right, but it'll work. Freeing up memory is the worst part of C, I think. I think it's because we never used to. We never bothered. Because computers in those days held one program and ran one program. There was no multitasking. There was no Windows. So you ran a program and then it finished. And usually that's all you wanted to do. So you switched the computer off after that. So we never did any freeing of memory because we just let the memory leak happen. We didn't care. The problem is, when those programmers went onto Windows, they screwed Windows sideways. Windows 3.1, I think it was. Absolute nightmare. You were lucky if you could get through an hour, depending on how much memory you had in the machine, before it crashed. Funny as hell, though. That's it. Done. Right, that's your components done. Anything else? Nothing there. Now that's interesting. Hold on a minute. Have I mallocked any of this? No, I haven't. Good, it'll die. Yes, I have. Sugar. We have to kill those two as well. Fine. Object. It's alright. Trying to think through this one. Object ID. Dot. That's it. That's all there is. Where are we storing that? Oh. Those are game components. We've just deleted those. Yay! Those are the ones we're deleting. Oh my god, we've done it. We've successfully stopped the memory leak, including the VAO one, these two. We've done it. We've got the cleanup. That's it. Ow. Oh well, we got it close. Okay, VAO ID doesn't have memory. Why not? Right, GL generate GL gen vertex arrays 1 and VAO ID. What's wrong with that? That's a 0, that's allowable. But that's pointing. That's an address. There is no V. Oh, right. I understand. So why is that coming through as a sig fault? Unknown. No, it's wrong. The compiler's wrong. In function. Why is that a problem? Cast expression to gluint. VAO ID has been used twice. It's somewhere else. Where is it? I've used it up somewhere else. I'm not understanding. Cast expression to gluint. Really? Oh. Right, got you. That's confused it. That's right, hash defined GL false 0. It could be this gluint. We are in the same. No, we're not in the same file. Oh, cobblers. Doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do with loading the VAO. Interesting one. Okay. Let's just have a quick look back at main. We still have something not quite right here. I'm not sure I understand. Okay. Ah, yeah. I understand now. Because we've just done that. Right. Okay. There's nothing else. Okay. Thank you. Yikes. Muppet. Muppet, help. Oh, God. I've broken it. We were doing something in a completely different file. And we seem to have broken our async. How does that work? It comes from object model here. And we haven't altered our object model. We've moved things around, but that's about all. Oh, that's interesting. That's storage. Oh, no, storage is there, isn't it? Doesn't matter. I wonder if it's because of static again. That should still transfer through. Because we're only sending the address. Yep, definitely the address. Game model, game model. Hold on a minute. It's there. Vector's there. Common is there. It makes me wonder about header files in C and how they are interpreted. You've got to remember that a header file is not compiled. So bear that in mind. This is all the header file is an instruction to the compiler to say, hey look, this is what this file contains. Which is actually interesting. And I've placed sand vector above load model on purpose. And yet I'm getting a 0. A bad buffer. Coming from there. Which order did I place them in? I put the vectors first, didn't I? Yeah. No, they're all in reverse order. Oh no, entities isn't. Right, they're in reverse order now. Of usage. And it wants us to do something about GL-Gen vertex arrays. It's an interesting one. I know I've been wrecking my memory. So we can reset the memory, I think. That might help. Because as part of that we weren't freeing up the VAOs and the buffers. So I might have messed my graphics card up. And this is why you need to be memory aware. But, mind you, I think I said that before, so I'm not going to harp on about it. We're just going to solve the problem, which has no problem. It's not a problem. It's something weird is happening again. Something very weird. Living in a fridge. This is why I like programming in C, I think. It gives you more complicated jigsaw puzzles to solve. Even though it's so simple. What I've done is I've made a typo. Or missed a variable. Or even just being stupid, which I have been. I know what it is now. That was clever of me. Right, has anybody spotted the error that I've made? It's memory. It's to do with memory. And it's to do with me moving code. And it's when it's trying to load up the player model. I know why it doesn't work. I'll show you why it doesn't work. If I'm 100% wrong, this is not an apology, but it's just my thoughts. Okay? It's an interesting one. Okay, before you can have an OpenGL call, you have to initialize OpenGL. To do that, in this instance, we've used a library called SDL, SDL2, and on opening the window, SDL2 will give us back what it's called an OpenGL context. That OpenGL context is then used by Glue, another library, to access the video card's driver and associate the functions in the driver for our usage with the GL command, like that create a vertex buffer. So if you try and use can I have a vertex buffer before you have done all of that initialization, it's going to fail. So think back to me moving something, which I did. One of the first things I said we wanted to do was create the player. Now there's a problem. The player is on a disk drive with its model. And we need to load that, and we can't. That and that are now not independent. That's fantastic. So those two commands there can stay together, but they can't be at the beginning, because that second command requires OpenGL. That's my thought. Must be done first to get the OpenGL context. It's in the note below. I didn't even bother reading it. And yet there was me trying to be flashy and saying, oh, we've got to get this done, that done, and then just completely ignoring the fact that we don't even have a window. Initializing OpenGL. GL context, if it equals null, could not be created. We do not have OpenGL. So we cannot, I usually go through all of those as well. We create the square here. So we can't actually do anything with our wonderful code until that point there. But we want to do it before creating the square because that is another object and we want ours to be first. I stand by my code. It's like I said, there's no bugs in code. There's just carelessness and stupidity. There you go. That was the answer. That's the answer, folks. We have a program. You have refactored code, which is correct. Damn, I didn't even watch. Did you look at that? I didn't even bother looking. And that's because I know it's correct. Nope, it's not. Yeah. I thought that was wrong. Component is -1, which is an error. J equals 0. Component 0 should not be -1. It should be an address. Yeah, that'll disappear. Good. What we got? Yeah, stop this. We need to look at that. We need to look at that in a lot more detail. All right. Sorry, I'll just drop this bit again. Let's get the screen going. No, component has an address. J equals 0. So the component has an address. That should be game object, yeah. What's the object ID? Object ID is 0, yeah, that's the player. So 0 for the player, 0 for the component, which is the first component. I think that's position. And when we come to free the component, I've got two choices. Ah. Got it. It's me being daft with variables, it's that. That's not being used, you're quite right. That makes more sense to me. Yay. Let's try that one. Oof. Why can't we free it? Have we already freed up the object? Anywhere? Ah, wait a minute, object ID came up as -1. So it didn't fail. Good. So, if... Oh, sorry, no. Object ID, we can use it. Object underscore ID. Oh, wait a minute. It's stupid me, isn't it? I put not equals to. Equal to. No, it's not equal to. Bleh. Or object ID. Yeah. Why is it not giving me anything? Oh, right. We're still running. What's going on? Something's wrong. I don't think that statement's right. What have I done here? I've done something stupid. Z, get me back to where we were. I've wiped something else out by accident. There it is. There we go. Thank you. Me being clumsy with the keyboard. Object ID. If that is not equal to you, unused, and object ID is not equal to unused. Unused, by the way, is -1. That's why I knew what it meant when it's put -1 there, instantly. So if that's not equal to unused and or, not and, or. It's and. And object ID. If you say it in English, it's usually quite normal to be the correct logic. And object ID is not equal to unused. Both conditions must return true. Fantastic. Okay, get me out of here. Abort? Wow. Well, this time on the correct object ID. Why did it abort? Because the index is wrong. What? Ah, it's gone to 1024. Oh, you can't go there. God damn you. Sorry. Of all the things in the world to have. No. It's gone to 1024 again. I've put size of in. Oh, you... Let's try that. Might help. You've got it. You've got the final code, guys. We freed it up. Thank God for that. Yes. Okay, lighting done. Refactor of objects for the ECS complete. Fantastic, with a full stop. You've got the code, guys. It's coming to you right now. On its way. Bang. Isn't that cool? And it's correct. That's even better. There we go. Let's pop you in there. And there we are. We now have a fully usable ECS system, which is expandable. To expand your ECS system, you would start in common here. You would place your enum, like visibility, in here. Alright, comp count will automatically increment by 1 and it will take into account that you have added it. That will happen automatically. Okay? You then create a struct, a type def struct for whatever you want to create. Okay? In our case, we've got position and game model. So those are our components. So really, we could take that place it here, like that, and then I'll put a marker in, ECS components, and that makes it easy to find it because it's going to get longer. Alright, so you got your position and your game model. If you look up here, I put position and model. The next one, by the way, is going to be stats. So I'll do one. Here we go. Comp underscore stats. It will go grey or grey out in this case because it's not being used. It'll increase that automatically. Down here, let's see if we can get a bit more space on the screen. There we go. Down here I would just do type def, and it would be a struct. One of them, pink. And this would be called stats. Yeah, that looks fine. And for stats, we have to use ints. So the first thing you always put in is it's a U32. Why have I? Oh, because it's the first thing included. That's why. Okay. Have we got the type defs above? Yes, we have. I just tidy this up then. That's a U32. Okay. So the first thing you always put in is object ID. You have to, because you have to know which object this belongs to. Whoever picks it up, that is. Then you can put in whatever you want. In our case, we want I32. We want strength. I'm making this up, by the way. I32. It's got to be an I because it can go negative. Better warn you about that according to the rules. Dexterity, I think, is next. Will you stop licking me leg? That feels a bit weird. Pudding, you're a bloke and I'm a bloke. Stop it. Don't meow at me like that. It's my leg. I'm being molested, sexually molested by a cat. Strength, dexterity. The next one was intelligence. Yeah, that's a good one for me to have. None of. And the last one was health. Okay. Which is an interesting set of stats. I usually put a space after these, and I don't know why I haven't. Because it just separates it out a little bit. And I usually put space at the top as well. Oh, I see. Because we changed that, yeah. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, just space on that one. I like a bit of consistency in my files, and I'm not getting it here. There we go. Okay, that lot's alright. Still a few knocked out, is there? Max rooms. We still haven't done the rooms. I'm not using 64s. The game's not big enough to use them. There we go. That makes it easy to read. There we go. All easy to read. So, once you've done that, you can then go back to objects. And you can, I think, yes, you can do it all in objects. So, Control Shift N, objects. So you come into here, to the top. Always start at the top. That's a good place to start. Alright. Actually, you don't start in here, do you? Sorry. Bad instructions. You start in the header file, start at the top. Here we go. So it's static. Stats, I suppose. Then we'll call it G underscore. And it's stats. Always try and keep things consistent. Component. And max entities. Not all entities will have stats. Think about that. A table would not have those statistics. So this is dependent on the game object. A door would. Maybe. No, because there's no health in there. Oh yeah, health. No, health is a byproduct from that. That's not your actual game thing. Those are your actual stats for your character or for a living NPC, or creature, anything like that. Inanimate objects do not have stats. They do have health, but not stats. That's a totally different ball game. That will probably come under combat component. Or no, physical component. So that's done. We now have stats. Okay. We have to decide what to do with them. So initially we'll just put them to default. Some kind of default value. Right, don't need to make any changes at the top here. Initialization, no changes. Object create. Somehow we've got to, I think we should add them here. Stats. And that's just going to be object stats. For now, this is going to all change, by the way. See, we get to choose which ones. At the moment, we don't. But as there's only a player, who cares? So there's your Malix. Where's the other Malix? Model. Let's get all our Malix together, shall we? Here it is. So let's get these together. At the top of the file. Okay. This could really be a function, but I don't want to make it into a function. And what we'll do is we'll just pop you out to there. There we go. And we're on object stats now, aren't we? Equals. Open brackets. Stats. Star. malloc. Memory allocation. If you didn't know what it means, here we go. Wallop. Never mind. Size of. And its stats. Too many brackets. Right. Once you have that done, so that's your initialization complete. Then what do we have here? Oh, right. So G underscore stats component index clearing. All this does is clear the IDs. Object ID equals unused. Okay. So that's the setup. And here we define default values. That was a little pretty etu there from our cat. About there, I'll do. That looks good. So you'll find position. Then we've got this colour thing, which you have to move. Doesn't got nothing to do with what we're doing. Really. So I'm just going to take it out from wherever it is. There we go. Separate those two. Yeah, I've gone too far. By move to function definition, I mean put that variable in between those brackets, which we can do next, and get rid of that. Define default values. There's your object. So I'll put a little bit in there. And there. And all we're going to do is what have we called it? Object stats. Object underscore stats it's a malloc, so it's that. We've done the identity, so we can do strength equals 9. What am I doing? Go back. DDD. I think I said dexterity next. Ouch. Thank you, Muppet. Intelligence and health. Okay. Because we're only got the player so far, that's fine. But what we also have to do is object Hey. Muppet, come on. What are you up to? Sorry, love. I'm ignoring you. Object. Component. And this will be component stats. And that equals object stats. That's lovely. Just keep adding them on. G underscore stats component for the object ID. Then we want the actual object ID for that stat is equal to the object ID. We could have pulled that out actually. I think that might have been better. Because that looks awful. Where do we gain it? We gain it here. And it's a U32. And we'll call it object underscore ID because we actually haven't used it. Object ID equals index. That can't be a U32, that has to be an I32. So we now have our object ID. Why is index not working? Oh. That's why. Cast it to an I32. No? Alright. Doesn't want to play. No idea why. Weird. Any warnings? That says it's unused. Bit weird. Very weird. Just cleans this code up. Doesn't actually do anything different. This code doesn't make sense at the best of times. No. That's better. Right. So you just add it onto there. You set your object components, you set their IDs, and return the object. Which I think should be object ID. It's not complaining. And that's where the light position is. Right, yeah. Working as intended. So that's how you add stats. So our character now has stats in the style of GURPS. Does that mean anything to us? Not really at this stage, but it actually gives another set of side effect values which are used for combat. So that's where we're up to, but we need now an opponent. Where can we get an opponent from? Blender. What, love? Are you okay? Oh, he's purring at me. We need an opponent for our lovable player. That looks like a good opponent. How about a monster? That looks like a very good opponent. But I don't think I want a green one. And this is where we will have to start changing the code to suit the game, rather than just throwing it out there, as it were. So yeah, we'll have you. We will export you as an OBJ file, please, because then I can alter it whenever I want. Home Fraser projects. Model loader. No, thank you. Projects. No, I'm in Sea Lion. Ideas. Sea Lion. Sandrogue. Resource. Models. Aha. Right, let's check this here. Text, yeah. Selection only. Yes, we are going to keep them all ASCII. And we are actually... I'm thinking about keeping the true ASCII format for the original Rogue. I've been playing it and it's not that bad. So yeah, we'll see how it looks. Objects group not bothered. Material groups, nope. Animation not at this stage, thank you. The -Z is forward. Apply modifiers, yep. Smooth, don't care. We're not even using proper normals, but we'll have them. Triangulate faces, please. Nothing else. Export. What did I just export that as? I have no idea. Alright, let's check it out. We've got game objects. We've got common. We've got load model, game model, right. Resource. So it's just monster.obj. Cool. Alright. How is this going to work? Game objects. What do we set our default to? 45 degrees. Yeah, that's fine then. Everything's fine. The only thing that's wrong, that messes us up, is the load model. Okay, so that's the only thing that's going to mess us up, because we can only load a player at the moment, according to our code. So we are going to have to alter that. So it's a const jar star file path. Okay, so I'll take you, copy you out, where are we? We are in objects. Create object, pop that in there. Back over to game objects. I don't really know why I'm doing it this way, because I am not in the correct view, but I'm practicing. Honest. Or just cocking it up, one of the two. That there, cut, and our path is now file path. Fantastic, that's worked. Control Shift N and type in main. Create object B. Game object monster. Monster equals object create, open inverted commas, and its resource. Yes, we're getting there. Thank you. Alright, you're actually getting in my way on this one. Its resource is slash models slash monster. Notice I haven't called a monster or anything. I think it's Manticore it ends up to being, but I haven't checked. We'll have to look. Okay, we now have a monster, but now we do have a problem. How do we render that? Let's make sure it loads first. Oh, it loads. Wow. And it exits. Even bigger wow. We have a monster that is an absolute duplicate of the player. So, render dungeon map is that bit. Now, we need to render creatures or game objects. And there's a very easy way to do that. I just thought, what's wrong with objects? OBJE. I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, okay. Fine, it's just being slow about things. It's this little eye thing up at the top right hand corner. 2 warnings found, 1 weak warning. Oh, that's okay. Now what we do here is we can put all of this into a loop. Yes, Muppet, we can. So what we would do at this point is do a for. I32. All objects. Or what now? Current. Let's make it mean something at least. Whilst the current object is less than the max entities, we can do that. Delete. To that. There is one slight problem. We have this player model. And it shouldn't be. It should be object. So let's see if we can do something about this player model business. So player model is no longer useful to us as it was before. So when we come back up here, why do we need the player model? Well, that's the only place I think we actually use it. Wait a minute, just click on it. It's easier. Yeah, we use it in the rendering and no place else. Bye-bye. Delete. That is now no longer needed. That puts us some reds down there. That's good news. That's no longer needed. We are using player position to set the player position. Interesting. Position. Star monster. Just for my fun. So monster position. Let's have one. Let's place a monster in on the map. Equals monster dot component position, where the player is messed about. we'll do the monster as well. It's somewhere down. Oh god, we've got blanks here. There's the camera position. Light position. Where do we set the player position? It's a side effect from when you make the dungeon. Thank you. So when we make the dungeon... Oh no, I also need it for all the movements and moving around, don't I? For keyboard input. So it's in dungeon creation. Look for dungeon creation. It's here. Right. How do we do this? We type in the word monster, position, dot position, 0, equals player position position 0, and we'll just +1 onto it. So it's not, we're not standing on the same square. We might be standing in a wall, but I don't care. What am I doing? Oh, too many. So we'll just copy that over. We don't really want to be floating up in the air. So we'll take that one to there. The Y coordinate doesn't need to go that high. So now we have a monster position. That's interesting. Let's have a look at these reds. Okay. We don't have it, do we? What do we have? Object. Or game entities. No, object we want. We need that object. And I bet we can't have it. There's only one way to find out, isn't there? It didn't seem to come up, so object. I've got current object. How come we've got current object? This is an interesting one. What do I do with that? I think we're probably not going to be able to use it. No, we can't. Right. So we're going to have to ask our game object class for it. So we want the VAO ID of the current object. Okay. Let's see what we can come up with first of all. Let's create. That's delete. It's quite funny because we've got add. So it's just going to be what, a uint, is it? It's a glint. And it's just going to be get. So no. It's going to be object get VAO open brackets, and we're just going to need a G. I just need an int for God's sake. An I32, and that's going to be index. And we are just going to return the game. I've got game entities. What happened to my objects? Objects, it's just objects. Object index dot. Oh, we need to get the component. COMP model dot, and we can't access it from here. Oh, that's a shame. That's okay. What is this? Model. We'll just grab that then. Out to your component. And we just return model. Where is it? What happened to the model? That's interesting. It didn't work as expected. This is interesting. What the hell's going on here? Oh. Model star would have been better, wouldn't it? I don't know. it's just VAO ID. It's a GLU int. Thank you. There we go. That's it. That's how we get our VAO. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. No memory management needed. That dies immediately. No, it doesn't. It just never exists because it's that. Yeah. It's a throwaway. I hope. I do need to check that out. This is the area where I am vague. So, shouldn't you verify if the component exists? No. Because we are only going to be rendering a certain number set, which will have objects with this component in. This is not the final version, this is just the prototype. So currently our game model array has not been split up and designated its usage. M for monster will not be at index 1, which it is at this moment in time. But I know what you mean. You're thinking about the unused. Yeah, we do have to check for unused, but VAO ID will come back as something. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you've got the right idea. That is the error that we're about to make. Absolutely, but the solution isn't in this function. You're quite right. Well done. Well spotted there. I'm glad somebody spotted it. So we have to make our code work. 0 and 1. Right, got it. What? You got 20 minutes. Let me just finish this last one piece of code. And then I want some food, I think. I'm still worried about that not being right. Yeah, there is an if statement. If can do it here. You're quite right. Brings in an I32, send back an I32. Right, so it's if object index dot object ID, which is an I32, is equal to unused. Return unused. Return model VAO. That's correct now. Yeah, I'm happy. That would be a better way of doing it, wouldn't it? And we're in a for loop. That's fantastic. Yeah, that'll work brilliant. Ow. Damn it. It will be object. Where's it gone? We didn't add it. Okay. Bar. Yeah, we didn't add it. God, this is looking good. Better than it should do, by all accounts. So obj get VAO, and that's going to be current object. If VAO is equal to unused, continue. There we go. Right, projection matrix location will be okay. The camera view matrix is okay. The scale, that's no longer needed. Right, this is wrong. I'm just wondering whether we should just pass the object back. Instead of the VAO. Yeah. That looks better, doesn't it? And that will be a game object. Just call it objects, I suppose. Yeah. I think that might do better, and I think that one of my video thingies just crashed. Which one is it? Is it this one? My monitor? Yeah. Monitor, come back to me. You've got all my stats. Good God, are we nearly up to 5 hours? Oh my God, what am I doing? Alright, I shouldn't really be going this long, but we've just thought of something that's absolutely fantastic. So, copy you. And let's make that happen. Right, so that is that bit. That bit. Like that. Get rid of this. All together. Leave the clean up there. We'll take the signature. And go and make it. Oh, sorry. Don't need to check anymore, do I? Let's just cancel that out. And it's just return. It's going to be the address of. Object. Yeah, blah, blah. Object. And index. All right. Yeah, that's it. That can come with me. Because that moves. To main. If object ID is equal to unused, then we continue. Otherwise it's in use. Why can't I use game model? What's wrong with game model now? Semicolon. Alright. That's fine then. Blah 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 blah. Object doesn't have an index. It's a pointer. Direct component. Okay. Yeah. Model. Continue. Model. GLU int. Thank you. Right, that's that one done. Down here, it isn't player model, it's just model. No, it's... Oh no, that's position. Fair enough. Position star position equals object, pull out the component comp position. Right, we've got this far, it has to have a position. So we've checked for model here. We've checked for whether the object's in use or not. Now we just need to do that position business. Yeah, that just becomes a position. what's going on here? Right, got you. Oh. Let's do position, and we will take next, if you'll let me, Y. Position. Rotation Z, comma, position. And we should have scale in there as well. We do. Good. Done. Oh, maybe not. Passing float to parameter of incompatible type float. Star. Oh, sorry, address. That becomes model. That becomes model. And we are done. Right, I'm worried about these positions here. Because I think I was messing about with them for some unknown inexplicable reason. We don't need to anymore. Misstatements. Do we mess about them in any way, shape or form here? No. I do need to take them out here just to make that monster component different. I don't like this side effect. Here. We now have no definition of the player here. It's gone. Because of that side effect. Damn it. Why have I got a redefinition of player? No, I think I'll keep it that way. That's okay. Got a big hole now. Damn it. Lost that. You might think that losing a marker is good, but often that leads to problems. Okay. Make a tile. Set the positions. I don't think this is going to work. Thank God for that. I'm glad it didn't work. That would have been embarrassing. A fault. And that is because it's not... Oh, we're checking the wrong thing. We have to set the VAOIDs to unused to be able to do the check. But the VAOID is a gluing. It can't be -1. Try that one. Oh. All right. Fair enough. Oh, right, yes. Sorry, GL_faults. Put the right one in. That helps. Doesn't like checking it. Yeah, we have to set it to GL faults. Okay. Now I know what to do. Oh, it is tea time for the cats as well. Oh no, I wanted to complete the code. VAOID is not being set. At all. Meow. Where's our models? We're doing the stats. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's on initialization. It's here. This is new. This is unusual. In that we really need that line there. Dot VAOID, and we can't use GL faults because we are too early. So this is 0. We're gonna have to cheat. That's bad. That's a magic number. Yeah, that'll do. What are the values here? What values are you setting? Ugh. Two. That's correct. So why... Yeah. What happens when it gets to the next one? Yeah. We get a model equal to null. Correct. We just don't get anything. We should get a 0. Did I not set the right thing? Oh. Hold on a minute. A model that is null got to here. Why is model... What is that? The ID? 1. There's a model that's not being loaded. And that's correct. I don't think we've loaded the model. I didn't even check that, did I? We can't get to there if the model equals null. And that means we've got a missing model. Everything looks right down here until... Why is this so small? I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. We're on GLU in 3. Ooh. Okay. Good point. Continue. Stop. I didn't think of that one. Ah, lovely. There you are, it's working now. We're not getting the models, but it's working. Yay! I need to do the rendering properly. Yay! We got it working. That's it. Done. So, yeah, well, can't be have things going great all the time, can we? Commit. Okay. Complete. That one was okay. This is starting to design the renderer. No models showing yet. That's a positive. Magic, done it. So that's the code. I won't commit that because that would be unfair. You'd be starting with broken code, wouldn't you? No, won't do that. Shift, escape. Right, that's it. I'm going to go and feed the cats. So we are got too many if statements there. We have nothing being shown on screen. And to say that there should be, you can do this. Model being ren. No, you can't really. It's in a loop. That would be %u, comma. I don't know if this will work. It'll just spam it if it does. Meow, 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 meow. Right, nothing. No spam. Helps if you put %n after it, or it throws it away. Yeah, there we go. Well, 2 is being done. Where's 1? And there are there's only 1 model loading. We've got a missing model here. Something's not quite right here. Right, that's it. That's okay. You lot take care. I'll go feed the cats, and it's easy to find my stop button. I've got a pen for it now. Yay! Take care, all. I will catch you. What are we on now? Wednesday or? It's Wednesday. I will catch you for the breakfast session. Probably tomorrow, if I can. Otherwise, it will be Friday. Take care, enjoy, and keep programming and having fun. Laters.